have the judge's bio, so I'm going to let you take care of all of that. I'm just going to bless everything. Folks going to do national anthem, and then we're going to go. On up. Good morning and welcome to our final day of the Appalachian Youth Livestock Showcase. Today we're excited to be exhibiting some really great lambs and goats for all of your viewing pleasure. And we are going to get kicked off here. First of all, we are going to bow our heads and praise the Lord. So if you would please just bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this amazing weekend and the day that you have provided. Thank you for the opportunities that just continue to open up for everyone here in our organization. Thank you for giving all of our volunteers the strength to continue to do your will. I just ask that you calm everyone's spirit this morning. Allow these youth exhibitors to do the absolute best that they can do and rise up and glorify you. Dear Lord, as these exhibitors continue on about their day, I ask that you just place a hedge of protection around each and every one and grant all of them traveling mercies as they depart today. Dear Lord, just continue to work through all of us to praise you. And it's in your precious name that we pray. Amen. All right, we have Mr. Colt Knotts here today. He is going to bless all of us by singing the national anthem. He has done this for us. This is his third time, so he's doing an exceptional job. And we just are going to give him the floor. So if you would please stand and place your hands on your hearts.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light was so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight for the rampart 'tween watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets shared clear, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night, and our flag was still there. Oh, say does last star-spangled banner yet wave for the land and of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Colt. All right, now I'm going to turn everything over to our Master of Ceremonies, H.R. Scott. He is a retired extension agent from Monongalia County, and he has blessed us for this is our 5th year in a row being our MC. So H.R., you're on the floor. And as soon as he finished with his announcements, we will be starting with our GOAT Showmanship, our senior class. So they will need to be on deck. Through some sponsors.
Good morning, everyone. We'd like to welcome you to the sunny day here in Preston County. We're going to start off this morning with talking about the people that helped make this show possible. And I'm going to go through a list of sponsors, and if you're around these individuals or in their businesses and can help them out, we would greatly appreciate that. It takes a lot of effort to get this show together and get everything we need to make this go smoothly. Got my tongue twisted there. We're going to start out with our platinum sponsors, Preston County Livestock Association, Prodigy Fiber to Home, Mountain Digital Hometown TV, Affordable Signs Unlimited, J&K Livestock, Titan Roofing, Nicholas Enterprises LLC, Wagner Septic Services, Insurance Centers Incorporated, Grant County Mulch, the Bruce HA, White House Cattle, Peyton Cattle, Stone Farms, Lowe's of Oakland, Grace Landscaping LLC. Those are all platinum sponsors for this event. The gold sponsors are Ace Aggregates, GEC Incorporated, Paula Seal Coating LLC, Transova Genetics, Preston Contractors, Clear Mountain Bank, Stone Blackflow Services, LEC Farm and Garden Market, Farm Credit of the Virginias, Anderson Excavating, Modern Homestead, Senator Randy Smith, Senator Jay Taylor, Steyer's Tent Services, Preston County FFA Alumni, Lennox Laurel Workers 4-H Club, J.W. Wilhelm Ag Fencing, DC Farm, Charm Flower Farm, Peasley Family Farm, Foreman Livestock, Dean Farms. Those are all of the gold sponsors. We also have silvers. This is Westmar Angus, Jennings Excavating, Wade Mayfield Memorial Fund. And we also have Friends of Ag sponsors, which is Preston County Farm Bureau, Maloney and Associates PLLC, Phillips Livestock, Hopping Acres, Signs Family Farm. Anytime you're in and out of these businesses or can help these individuals out, we would greatly appreciate it because they are the ones that are making this show possible for these youth here today. Senior showman, just hang tight. The judge got caught in traffic. She's here on the lot, and she'll be in here shortly. We would also at this time like to recognize our photographer. They is being furnished by CVA Photography. And if you have any questions or want to see if you can get some of those photos, you can stop by and talk to her around the ring here. Now we're ready to go and start off with our senior showmanship class. They can follow the judge's directions. We're looking for the following individuals: Emily Thrupp, Olivia Lanky, Emily Hammer, Dalton Fry, Tanner Hinkle, Chloe Mail, Emily Schellenberg, Garrett Moncrief, Eli Baker, Harley Oswood, Hunter Townsend, Ty Hefner. That is, we only have one class of seniors for senior showmanship. Our judge today is D'Ariano. She currently lives in Reddick, Florida, and was raised in Okeechobee, Florida, where she and her family primarily raise beef master cross cattle, and they exhibit statewide and nationally. As one of the owners of the three-turn ranch, Tess has a passion for producing quality livestock and emphasizes on educating young showmen. She has exhibited every species of livestock at national levels while in 4-H and FFA. Through FFA, Tess competed in poultry, dairy, and livestock judging. She has competed in livestock judging on national levels through both 4-H and FFA, including the American Royal and the National Western Stock Show twice. Currently, she is pursuing her degree in agriculture field with the goal of becoming a veterinarian and embryologist in cattle. She uses her skills to further enhance her family and other operations by implanting bovine embryos as a cattle AI technician. She's dedicated to the field and with her hands-on experience and passion for livestock, is committed to advancing the agriculture industry and making a lasting impact on the future of animal science. I'd like to welcome Tess to our arena, and it's all yours. We're looking for Garrett Moncrief, Harley Oswood. They're on their way.
Well, good morning, everybody. And I'm excited to start out here with these senior showmanship individuals. And every single one of you is extremely a really, really good showman. And I'm sure you guys have competed on national levels because you guys are national level showmen all the way down from the top, all the way down to the bottom. Every single one of you is exceptionally well showman. With that being said, I have my top 5 pulled over here to my left and 6th all the way down through the last, all the way over here behind me. With that being said, there's a very, very minor things that sort the differences, especially in the top 3. I mean, these showmen are just exceptionally well, and minor mistakes and things like the way they get that head up on that goat and the angle they have of that goat's head at, and as an evaluator on the other side of them, I can see and evaluate these animals of what looks good on the way their front ends are uh, are built, and the way that they have the angles of their heads and necks is what makes that even better. And those are the minor things that are sorting the top 3. I'm going to go ahead and shake your hands of your grand champion all the way down through your 5th, and then go ahead and down through the line and explain to these individuals to the left of me maybe minor things they could have done quickly, done a little bit better, but nonetheless, exceptionally, exceptionally good showman. You should be very, very proud of yourselves.
For you youth that have won the showmanship and reserve, they're going to do the pictures after we complete showmanship, but just you and your banner need to come back in. We will announce that, but listen for that. In the GOAT showmanship, Olivia Lanke first, second, Ellie Schellenberg, Ty Hefner is third, fourth is Eli Baker, fifth is Emily Throp, sixth, Emily Hammer, seventh, Tanner Hinkle, eighth, Hunter Townsend, ninth, Dalton Fry, 10th, Garrett Moncrief, 11th, Harley Oswood, and 12th, Chloe Mail. We now have our intermediate group in the ring. We're looking at Elizabeth Johnson, Adeline Rumer, Kaylee Carpenter, Payson Varner, Emma Red, Delilah Henderson, Angelina Otta, Ty Hefner, Paisley Hinkle,
we're out here in our intermediate showmen, and same thing goes for the seniors. Every single one of them is also really really good, and so it makes it easier, but also extremely tough on my end because just about every single time I turned around and looked, they had their weather set up, and they knew what to do and get the job done right. Minor things again that's going to sort the top five, and the longer that we're out here, some of these goats are not wanting to cooperate as much, and so I can see if these showmen know how to utilize that and fix them and know when to maneuver them around. And on this side, I can see, as goats get longer out here, especially the ones that you have to brace, they kind of want to stretch out some. And so it's minor things that are going to sort these showmen to see, if they know to pull these goats back up underneath themselves when they're wanting to stretch out. I wanted to make sure that, their posture's correct as they maneuver around the ring. If they know the speed that their goat needs to go at when moving around the ring. These are all important factors that are going to come into play, especially that's going to sort between grand and reserve. And then I'll go ahead and select your champion all the way down to your fifth. And same thing goes, I'll go ahead and speak to the young people that are going to get excused behind me. They also did an exceptional job. Congratulations to every single buddy. You should be very, very proud of yourselves.
In the intermediate showmanship, the winner was Paisley Hinkle. The reserve was Alan Rumer. Third was Tia Hebner. Fourth, Angelina Otna. Fifth, Emma Red. Sixth, Delilah Henderson. Seventh, Elizabeth Johnson. Eighth, Kaylee Carpenter. Ninth, Payson Varner. Our next group is our junior showmanship. We have two classes of juniors. In class 3, we're looking for Carter Briggs, Garion Lawson, Bristol Brown, Alexis Youngless, Eli Garmo, Harper Adams, Mallory Lack, Noah C., Jay Strasser, Carmen Knotts. That'd be class 3 juniors.
Well, there's 2 heats of these junior showmen, so I'm going to go ahead and keep these 5 back here on to my left and excuse these 5 up here to my left over here. I have minor differences that are going to sort the ones I keep back. Some of you guys were just a little bit quicker to get your goats set up, especially on the profile. And you can make sure that their feet were correct. If they kept moving them, you kept looking down and making sure to put those feet back where they were. And then when I stepped around, you guys were the quickest to move out of the way for me so I could see that chest view or the other side of that goat. Minor things. Excited to see these 5 come back.
We will have returning back out of Class 3, Carter Briggs, Garion Lawson, Alexis Youngbless, Donna C., Jay Strauss. Our next class of juniors, Class 4, Cassidy Friend, Adela Moyers, Emma Motes, Jalen Rumer, Brooke Barnes, Faith Schaefer, Hunter Swanson, Gracie Hedrick, Liza DeGarmo, Rayleigh Harris, Madison Lee, Casey, we missing one? I think Faith's not in here.
second class of juniors. We're going to go ahead and keep these 5 here to my left. They also did an exceptional job, and a couple of them I'm going to be excited to see back here in the drive. And it looks like there's a pretty big age difference between the two classes, or maybe some of them are just tiny. But some of these guys out here are going to push those bigger kids in the drive. Excited to see it happen. Excited to see them come back. I'll go ahead and talk to these 5 up here. They're going to be excused. Just minor things. These other ones were a little bit quicker to get theirs set up. I knew when to move them forward when I pulled another one in front of them. The minor things that are going to sort between these 5 getting pulled back compared to these 5. Excited to see them back in the drive. Grand Drive, and same thing. Every single one of these showmen are so good. No matter the age, they're just about all equal in terms of quality of showmen. It's really cool, to judge on the other side of them, and these are really good showmen. I can't preach that enough. Every single one of them is good. They rarely make a mistake. They know when their feet are not set up correct. They fix them. Minor things that are going to sort them through between fourth and fifth for me. The way that the fourth place showman, I prefer the way the help that go compared to the fifth. Grand though, I looked at this showman and not a mistake and the whole entire time. From the moment they came in the class, they get that thing set up on the side and there's not a beat missed. This showman is exceptional in terms of the way they get that goat's neck cocked up. They get the ears pulled up and they make that goat look just about as good as it can, if not better, on the profile. And the one that goes reserved for me, an extreme smooth and a calm showman. At times, when I went to go look, compared to the one in Grand, their goat was just stretched out just a little bit more, and we'd like to change that. If they change that, they go ahead and push the Grand, and if not, take their spot. The third showman, from all the way into their class, all the way out here in Grand Drive. At times, the front offset left leg was pushed back too far forward or too far back at one point, but that's what sorts them between the top three. And I'm going to go ahead and select the champion all the way down to your fifth.
In your junior showmanship, your champion was ALYS Youngless. Second, reserve, Carter Briggs. Third, Jalen Rumer. Fourth, Gary Lawson. And fifth, Gracie Hedrick.
I'll be with you in a minute. You know where we're at? Yep.
We now move into our Pee Wee showmanship. Aria Shaw, Oceana Moats, Sage Henderson, Carson Stout, Brett Black, Carson Lee, Kenley Smith, Silas Bailey,
go ahead and keep these 5 over here on the rail and excuse these 3 left standing. All of you guys did a great job. I wish all of you could win because all of you guys deserve to win because you guys are so cute. But I can only pick 5, so unfortunately some of you guys are standing. But there's just little things, and I'll go ahead and speak to each one of you so you guys can go ahead and learn because this is a learning experience on what to do better for next time. Congratulations, excited to see these 5 back in the drive.
Our next class is Class 6. We're looking for the following entries: Grace Smith, Octavia Jennings, Ariella Harris, Harley Livengood, Camry Bailey, Dolly Livengood.
we're gonna go ahead and bring all of these young showmen back in for the drive. They look like they're having fun out here. Let them have a little bit more fun. Might as well. Probably my favorite class of the day. Some of them are not quite sure what's going on, but that's what makes it even more fun because I get to, watch this, and it's pretty fun entertainment for me. But some of them actually out here know what they're doing, and they're really, really trying, and that's where I kind of started pulling them back, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the way I saw them. But they're going to come back out here for drive, and I'm going to go ahead and get you a top 10 from there. out here in the Pee Wee final drive, and I have my top 5 showmen lined up right here in front of me. It's kind of hard to sort Pee Wee showmanship, but there's one individual that from the moment she came in, she knows what she's doing, and she probably could have competed in junior and pushed some of them and taken some of their spots, because she's pretty dang good. And same goes for 2, 3, 4, and 5. And I'll go ahead and shake the hand of your champion all the way down through your 5th. And every single one of these exhibitors also lined up on the rail to my left did an exceptional job as well. But just some of them were further advanced and know when to move out of the way, when the comes right in front of that animal. And it's just things like that that are going to sort these. I'll go ahead and shake the hand of your champion.
From the showmanship show, we need the grand and reserve winners. Come back to the ring now for your pictures with your banner. Just you and your banner. We don't need the animals. In your Pee Wee showmanship, your champion was Ariana Shaw. Reserve, Carson Lee. Third, Sage Henderson. Fourth, Grace Smith. Fifth, Ariella Harris. We will start the market goat show as soon as we finish with our pictures of our champions and showmanship. We'll now begin with our market GOAT, Class 1, one entry, Faith Schaefer.
Single entry here at this Class 1 of these market goats, and we have a young lightweight wether here. This one's showing some promise as he keeps up and growing. There's so much potential here, and he's obviously green today, so it's kind of hard to sort of looking at him that way. So you have to see what kind of potential this one has. This one has some muscle shape. He has some muscle shape, and he's stout when you get behind him. Excited to see how he develops and grows on.
Faith Schaefer wins the Class 1. Class 2 is also an exhibit by Faith Schaefer.
Another single entry here in Class 2, and this one's also showing some promise. This one's got some good muscle shape as you watch him on the go, right there out of his rear quarter, and he's a long-sided wether. Excited to see how he develops also in the future.
Faith was Class 2. We now move into Class 3. We're looking for Elizabeth Johnson, Garrett Moncrief, Delilah Henderson, Alexis Youngglass,
I'm going to go ahead and start the class with this caped doe over here in the front. And what sorts between her and the wether behind her is when you get your hands on her, this one's so much more dimensional and explosive there, right there out of the top side of her shoulder. There's so much more meat and muscle there on the top side of her skeleton. And then you watch her move, and she handles herself correctly on the go. She's super extended there out of her front one third, cracked open and apart in her chest floor. A nice one to the class. The weather that comes into, I love the way this one proportions from the side. He's ultra cool there right out of his front end. Gets himself cocked up and nice on the side. He's got plenty of muscle shape and power. I love the way he handles his top when in motion. Compared to the one ahead of him, he's not as dimensional. There's not as much shape on the top side of his skeleton. Still a nice one to come in second. The one that comes in third, also another nice weather to follow behind him. This one's ultra long-sided from the side. This one's cool when he gets himself cocked up and this young lady gets him shown. He's just simply flatter in terms of his muscle shape, flatter there right out of his rear quarter, the top side of his skeleton, to get any higher of the ones today. The one that wrapped the class, same thing goes for him. This shows one just a little bit filler there, right there out of the back side of his shoulder. We need to amp this one up in terms of his knee and his muscle and his shape to his top. Big bone weather, a nice one to round out the class. Congratulations.
Your Class 3 results. First, Alexis Youngglass. Second, Garrett Moncrief. Third, Delilah Henderson. Fourth, Elizabeth Johnson. Class 4, or last class in lightweights, Madison Lee, Carter Briggs, Tanner Hinkle, Aria Shaw, Jalen Rumor, and Madeline Twill.
We need Jalen Rumor to the ring, please. Jalen Rumor.
I'm going to go ahead and use young man's weather to win this class. And the moment he stepped in the ring, he won this class for me pretty handily. This thing is about as rugged and as stout and opened up in his skeleton as you can make one. You get on the top side of this thing and you handle him, and he's still fresh. And there's so much shape and dimension to the top side of this one's skeleton. He's extremely cracked open in his chest floor. He's about as rope-necked as you can make one. Still handling himself extremely well on the go when you to lead away. Nice, really nice weather to win this class. The one that comes in two just ran into a powerhouse in the one in front of him. I love this weather from the side. This thing is super up-headed. I love the front out of him. He's still plenty powerful in terms of the shape, and he's probably the fresher handling of the ones that come behind him when you get your hands on him. He just ran into one that just simply outpowered him today. But from the side, this thing is ultra cool. I love the look that he gives you there. Another one, stout and powerful one that comes in three. This one's also ultra cool from the side compared to the one ahead of him. This one's not as tighter there right over the top side of his skeleton. Doesn't handle as fresh compared to the one ahead of him. But man, this one's also super powerful. Love the power that this one has, especially right there out of his rear quarter and hip. A nice one to come in third. The one that comes in fourth, I was looking between him and the one that goes in three, but the one in three just simply has more to him today. This one does have a cool look from the side. He's super attractive right there out of his head and neck and the top side of his skeleton. He still has some muscle shape there, back there out of his rear quarter. It's compared to the one ahead of him. He was just a little bit frailer there, frailer handling right on the top side of his skeleton, not as much dimension. The one that's really cool to look at is the one that comes next in this doe, and this one's super cool from the side. It's when you look at the chest view. This one gets outpowered. She's a little bit flatter there right out of her forearm, wants to taper to the ground when you ask her to go in motion there out of her front too. I love the front end of this female. Another one, a nice one to come in this class. The one that rounds out the class, also another really nice weather, just simply from the side. This one wants a little bit weaker there behind his shoulder. You ask him on the go, and he really wants to drop that shoulder down there at the back, and he'd like to change the way he's constructed there out of his front end a little bit. Nonetheless, still a high quality, a good practical market animal to round out the class.
In our class 4, first went to Madison Lee, second to Madeline Twill, third Tanner Hinkle, fourth Jalen Rumer, fifth Carter Briggs, sixth Aria Shaw.
Out here in the lightweight division drive, and there's one that I'm drawn to, and there's no doubt he should be our champion. That's going to be the young man's out of the last class. I'm going to follow through with the one that comes right behind him. I love the way this one's put together from the side. Congratulations. For third overall, I'm going to go ahead and use this young lady's doe here out of the third class. Young ladies, I was third in that class, is going to be fourth. young man's out of that third class is going to be fifth.
All right, now we need to make some corrections. Corrections on class 4. First place went to Carter Briggs. Second went to Madeline Quill. Third to Aria Shaw. Fourth, Jalen Rumor. Fifth, Tanner Hinkle. And sixth, Madison Lee. The champions turned out to be, your champion showman was Carter Briggs. Reserve was Madeline 12. Third was Alexis Youngglass. Fourth, Aria Shaw. And fifth, Garrett Moncrief. That finishes out the lightweight goats. We now have class number 5, medium weight, Kaylee Carpenter, Dalton Fry, Aria Shaw, Harley Oswood, Carter Briggs.
to go ahead and use this white weather up here in the front to win this class. And there's a really, really good top pair of weathers up here in the front. But I'm going to go ahead and levitate towards this one. This one's more correct in terms of the way he handles himself in motion. He's more correct there, right there out of his loin, and specifically right there behind his shoulder compared to the 1 and 2. And this one's longer in the way he carries himself right there out of the front 1/3 of his skeleton compared to the 1 and 2. And then there's still plenty of muscle in this weather. You can get a handle on him. He's fresher and tighter skinned compared to the 1 and 2. That's why he's going to go ahead and win this class. The one that comes in 2, this one's super, super rugged and stout and powerful in terms of his muscle shape and muscle expression, especially when you view him from behind. This thing's super stout in his hip, plenty of muscle down there in your skeleton. I just wish we could strengthen this one right there behind his shoulder, make him more correct there out of his loin, and then the chest view in the front, we'd like to open him up there, right there out of his forearm compared to the 1 and 2, and make him more correct in the angle, and that's why he goes in the second hole. A really, really good one to come in 2. The one that comes in 3, he just simply doesn't have the muscle shape and power compared to the ones ahead of him, and that's why he goes in the 3rd hole. But this one's probably one of the coolest ones to look at when you study him from the side, specifically out there of his front 1/3. This thing's rope-necked and super cool and long and extended, and I love that about this weather. He's really, really, really fresh to the touch, probably the freshest handling of the class. There's just simply not much there, specifically at the rear portion of his skeleton. I wish we could sound him up there compared to the ones ahead of him. Nonetheless, still a good weather to come in 3. That comes in 4th is the young man's doe, and this one simply just got outpowered compared to the ones ahead of him. This one's super cool to look at from the side. I love the way she extended there out of her front 1/3, just not quite as stout there out of her hip when you study the ones that come ahead of her. Nonetheless, still a good doe to come next. The one that rounds out the class, this one just simply got outpowered compared to the ones ahead of him. This was a little bit flatter there in terms of the top side of his skeleton. A little bit featured weather that's frailer in terms of his bone work. Nonetheless, still a good one to round out the class. Congratulations.
In Class 5, your first place went with ALYS Shaw. Second, Harley Oswood. Third, Carter Briggs. Fourth, Dalton Fry. Fifth, Kaylee Carter. Entering our ring now is our Class 6 in our medium weight, Hunter Townsend, Mallory Lack, Bowden Warnick, Jay Strasser, Noah C., Adeline Rumer, Harper Adams, Emma Red, excuse me.
go ahead and use this weather to win. This one wins the class pretty handily. He came in the ring, and I knew it was going to take a good one to beat this one. This one's super, super cool from the side, but what wins the class for him is he's the stoutest, he's the most powerful, he's the most dimensional to the top side of his skeleton, and then she gets him parked, and he's super, super cool to look at from the side, and he's about as cracked open and as wide as you can make one. I love the way the front end is designed on this weather. This is a really, really good one to win the class. The one that comes in two, this is also another really good weather to come in two, and this one has some muscle shape, he has some stoutness, and he has some width there across his chest floor. It's just compared to the one ahead of him, there's just not quite as much there, and that's why he ends up going in the two hole. Not quite as correct in terms of the way he handles his loin in motion compared to the one that beats him, but still, a really cool weather. I love the way this one's front end is designed. The one that comes in three, this one, the more you look at him, the more you're drawn to him. I just wish we could change this one's structure, specifically right there out of his rear tooth. He wants to get a little bit straighter off that end of his skeleton. But this one, when he gets him parked and put together, he has a really cool look from the side. Still has some muscle shape and dimension. Another one that's really cool to come in the third hole. The one that comes next, this one I had to come back and I kept looking at him, and when I would go into the chest view and look at him between 4 and 5, this one's so much more bolder there in terms of his forearm, bolder there right over the top side of his skeleton, and he's more correct in the way he handles his loin in motion compared to the one that goes next. The one that goes next, this one's a really cool build, really powerful weather as well. This one, though, we just need to reconstruct in terms of the way he handles his loin in motion, and when she gets him parked, we need to bring that loin down also as well. The one that comes next, this one's also cool to look at from the side. He has some stoutness, has some power. This one just flatter there, right there, out of his rear quarter, a little bit narrow there in the top side of his skeleton. One that comes next, this one also is another cool one to look at from the side. He has some shape right there behind his shoulder, and he's actually pretty wide when you come in front of him. He just gets flatter there, specifically right out of the top side of his hip. You need more shape to the top side of his skeleton. Another one, good one that rounds out the class. This one, we need to stouten up on both ends of his skeleton. You need to see more shape to the top side of his skeleton, and when I handle him, I would like to see more dimension right there over the top. Congratulations.
In class number 6, first place went Adeline Rumor, second Emma Red, third Noah C, fourth Bowden Warnick, fifth Harper Adams, sixth Chase Strasser, seventh Hunter Townsend, eighth Mallory Lack. We now have class 7 in the ring. Eli Baker, Isaac Boyard, Tia Hebner, Brooke Burns, Kaylin Akers, Jay Strasser, Brooke Burns, Noah C.
I'm going to go ahead and use this super cool weather from the side to go ahead and win this class. But that's not where he wins the class. He wins the class is when you get your hands on him. He's the freshest handling weather of the class with the most dimension to the top side of his skeleton. And that's what I put importance on. And then these market weathers. And then she gets him propped up and it slides out from there. This one's super, super cool and skinny necked. Right there out of his front 1/3. He's big boned, he's stout footed, he's wide, he's smooth, he's complete. A nice one to win the class. The one that comes in 2, this one also, I had him as the class winner when he came in the ring, and then that one came in, and I had to pick them apart, and that's when I got my hands on this one went 2. There's just not as much dimension on the top side of this one's skeleton compared to the one that beat them, but there's still plenty there. This one's also super cool to look at, probably not just as skinny necked as compared and cool looking in the front end compared to the one that beats them, but still, another really, really good one to come in 2. This one's probably just about as skinny necked. Make one that comes in 3. He's also really cool to look at from the side. He just doesn't have quite as much right out of his rear quarter, and when you handle the one in front of him, and we like to construct this one and make him stronger right there behind his shoulder, and that's why he ends up going in the number 3 hole, but another really, really cool weather from the side. The one that comes next, this one has some muscle, he has some shape and power, he's a really big bone, big footed weather. It's just that when you get your hands on him, this one doesn't have as much shape right there over his rack, not as much shape over there to the top side of his skeleton. The one that comes next, same thing goes for this one. This one's probably not quite as tight skinned compared to the one ahead of him, not quite as much there on the top side of his skeleton, but he's still plenty opened up there out of his chest floor. Another good one to come next. The one that comes next, this one is the same thing goes for this one. This one's a little bit flatter there right there out of his forehead, flatter there in terms of his muscle shape, and narrower at the top side of his skeleton. Narrower right there out of the top side of his skeleton. The speckled up weather, that's going to go ahead and round out the class. This one's just not quite as opened up on either sides of his skeleton. He's got this one fed well, and this is a good practical kind of a market weather, but there's just not as much shape, not as much dimension. I'd like to see this one cracked open more in terms of his chest floor. Another good one to round out the class. Congratulations.
Your Class 7 results. Kaylin Akers first, Eli Baker second, third Isaac Bolger, fourth Tia Hebner, fifth Noah C., sixth Brooke Burns, seventh Brooke Burns, eighth Jay Strauss.
For your division champion, there's 3 really good weathers that are standing out here in front of me. There's one that I kind of gravitate towards, and it's when you put your hands on him, he's the freshest handling of the trio. That's going to be this young lady's out of the last class. For your reserve division, I'm going to go ahead and use the young ladies out of that first class. Your third overall is going to be this young lady who's out of the middle class. Fourth overall is going to be this young lady's black-headed wether. Fifth overall is going to come out of the last class.
In our medium weight, your champion went to Kaylin Akers. Your reserve went to Arya Shaw. Third went to Adeline Rumer. Fourth went to Harley Oswood. And fifth went to Eli Baker. We now have our Class 8 heavyweights in the ring. Angelina Tina, Chloe Mayo, Bristol Brown, Angelina Tina, the second entry, Dalton Fry. I want to go ahead and use this young man's wether out here in the front.
to lead this class off. Of the class, this one's just the best in terms of his structure. He's the best right there over his top line and over into his loin. He's a big, stout, powerful weather with plenty of shape and dimension on the top side of his skeleton. He has the most muscle there out of his rear quarter, and he's still cool to look at from the side. A good class winner, a good one to run to start the class there. The one that comes in too, this one's also really cool to look at from the side. And the more you look at him, the more you're drawn to him. I just wish we could construct this one a little more correctly right there out of his loin. He still has plenty of shape, and he handles nice and fresh to the touch when you get your hands on him. He's still cracked open and wide there out of his chest floor. We just need to reconstruct this one right there out of his hip, give him a little more punch of power to get over the one ahead of him. The red weather that's coming in third, this one's ultra opened up, a really wide and stout, powerful weather. It's on the move. This one really wants to drop there right behind his shoulder. I really need to strengthen this one up right there, right behind his shoulder. But nonetheless, this is a really cool weather to look at from the side. Really cracked open and stout right there out of his chest floor. The one that comes next, of the pair on the bottom, this one just has more to him. This one has more there to his rear muscle, more to the top side of his skeleton. Nonetheless, still a good one to come next. The one that ends up rounding out the class, this one's just a little bit frailer made, a little bit flatter sided, and you get your hands on him, there's just not quite as much dimension and shape there, and that's why he ends up getting beat in this class. Congratulations.
In your Class 8 heavyweights, Angelina Atina first, second, Bristol Brown, third, Dalton Fry, fourth, Angelina Atina, and fifth, Chloe Mayo. Okay, corrections to Class 8. Angelina Otina was first, second also, third Dalton Fry, fourth Bristol Brown, and fifth Chloe Mayo. We now have Class 9 in the ring. Ty Hebner, Emily Evans, Adeline Moyers, Carmen Knotts, Harley Oswood, Alexis Youngless,
I'm going to go ahead and use this red doe to win this class. And this one just wins because she's simply the most dimensional over the top side of her skeleton. You get your hands on her, and this one's easily the freshest, the most dimensional, and the hardest handling when you get your hands on her. And then you go in front of her, and she's still plenty stout and powerful and cracked open there and wide across her chest floor, and still plenty of muscle shape and power there out of her rear quarter. And then she gets her cocked off from the side, and she's really, really cool doe to look at. I love the way this one's also extended and clean right there out of her front 1/3. A really good one to start the class off. The one that comes in 2, I was initially drawn to this one for being the class winner, but this one ends up going in the second hole because when you go in front of them, of the pair, this one's the narrower chested one. This one's not quite as stout there out of his hip compared to the one that wins, but this one's really, really cool to look at from the side. I love the muscle shape and expression that this one has, especially as you ask him to lead. This one's really complete, a really cool put together weather that comes in 2. The one that's going to go ahead and go 3rd, this one's really, really cool to look at from the side. This one's just not quite as tight-heighted compared to the ones ahead of him when you put your hands on them. But man, this one's really, really stout out of his chest floor. Really cool to look at from the side. We just need to make this one a little bit tighter skin there on the top side of the skeleton. Still a really, really cool one to look at from the side to go 3rd. The one that goes 4th, this one also is really, really cool to look at from the side. This one's highly presented and put together well. We just need to make this one stronger there, right behind her shoulder, and then you go in front of them, and this is the narrow chested one that wants to funnel to the surface and the front end of her skeleton. That's why she ends up going in the 4th hole. The one that rounds out the class, there's just simply not as much stoutness, not as much power, not as much dimension to the top side of this one's skeleton. We need to power this one up, make this one stouter, right there on the top side of his skeleton. Still a good one to round out the class. Congratulations.
In Class 9, Harley Oswald first, Ty Hebner second, Alexis Youngglass third, Carmen Knotts fourth, and Adela Moyers fifth.
For division champion, I'm going to go ahead and use the young man's out of that first class. Your reserve is going to be the young lady's doe. Young man, you're going to be 3rd.
Finally got to take a shower. But like in bed, you're laying in bed at 8:30. 9. I fell asleep on the couch.
In your heavyweights, your champion went to Angelina Otna. Reserve went to Harley Oswood. Third went to Ty Hebner. Fourth went to Alexis Younglass. And fifth went to Angelina Otna. They're now picking overall market goat.
We're out here in the Grand Drive of the market goats, and there's three really good individuals to represent each of our lightweight and medium and heavy division winners. There's one that's I'm kind of levitating to this whole entire time of this show, and this one's really cool to look at from the side, and then I went ahead and handled them, and still this one's the freshest to the touch. This one's the hardest handling, the freshest over the top side of their skeleton. Young lady, you're going to be my champion. In the championship drive for overall market goat, it went to Kaylin Akers. Reserve went to Carter Briggs. Third went to Arya Shaw. Fifth went to Adeline Rumer. And fourth went to Adeline Rumer. Fifth went to Angela Otto. Angelina Atina.
Exhibitors, there will be a 30-minute break taken between the end of the goat show and the beginning of the sheep show. We're now going to do the WETHER DOE classes. We're going to start with the lightweight. Class 1 has Carson Lee, Eli Baker, and Grace Smith.
I'm going to go ahead and use this young lady's doe up here in the front to win. And this one's just so much more powerful when you the top side of her skeleton and you study her. And this one's still ultra feminine right there out of her front 1/3. She's got plenty of shape and dimension right there over the top side of her skeleton. She's fresh to the touch. This one has a world of future, really stout, a good female to win the class. The one that comes in 2, this one's really cool to look at from the side, and I prefer the way the angle of this one's hind leg compared to the one that wins. This one's just not quite as powerful right there out of her forearm when you study her from the chest. This one's also really cool right there out of her front 1/3, a really good looking one to come in 2. The one that rounds out the class, this one just is not quite as powerful right there out of her chest floor when you step in front of her. This one's the narrowest right there across her chest compared to the 2 that beat her. But this one still has a cool look from the side. We could reconstruct this way this one's out of her hip. I'd like to change that about her too. But a really, really good one to round out the class. Congratulations.
Class 1 results. First, Carson Lee. Second, Grace Smith. Third, Eli Baker. Class 2, your lightweight. Emily Hammer, Madison Lee, Adela Moyers, Delilah Henderson.
I'm going to go ahead and use this young lady's red and white doe to win this particular class. Go ahead and pull them up over there. Win this particular class, and this one's just super cool to look at from the side. She still has plenty of stoutness and power, but where she wins it, and she's the most complete, most put together from the side, and that's where this one go ahead and takes the win. She's so cool, right? Especially the way she's designed right there out of her hip and her hind leg. This one's really, really, really good out of her front 1/3 and her skeleton. The sound is structured one of the class. She go ahead and wins this class pretty handily for me. The one that comes in 2, this is a thick-ended, tight-bellied type of a doe to come in 2, and I love that about her. Compared to the one in front of her, she's just not quite as complete compared to the one in front of her. That's why she goes in the 2 hole. But this is also a stout, a big bone doe that I love the angle to her hawk. A nice one to come in 2. The one that comes in 3, there's a little bit more stoutness, a little bit more power compared to the one that goes behind her, and that's why she takes the 3rd hole. She still has plenty of shape and dimension over the top side of her skeleton. I wish we could stouten her up in terms of her bone work to get any higher today. The one that rounds out the class, this one is just the flatter-sided, flattest muscled in terms of muscle shape and expression right there for her rear quarter, and that's why she goes in the last hole, but nonetheless, still a really cool, complete doe to round out the class. Congratulations to you.
In Class 2 of lightweights, first, Delilah Henderson. Second, Emily Hammer. Third, Madison Lee. And fourth, Adeline Moyers. They'll now pick their champion of this lightweight division.
For your division champion, I'm going to go ahead and use the young ladies out of the 2nd class.
In your lightweight weather, Delilah Henderson was your champion. Reserve was Carson Lee. Third was Emily Hammer. Fourth was Grace Smith. And fifth was Eli Baker. You have a class of medium weights in the ring. Alexis Youngglass, Kenley Smith, Kaylee Carpenter, Garrett Moncroft.
I'm going to go ahead and use the young man's doe to win this particular class, and it's really, really close between the pair for me, and this one, though, just has so much more dimension and shape over the top side of her skeleton, and then you step in behind them, and this is the stoutest, the thickest ended doe compared to the one that comes in two. If we could put this much power in that one and two and give this the 1 and 2, the look, in this one, we'd have a really, really cool thing to look at. But this one wins simply because this is the stoutest, the most powerful, the most dimensional, the top side of her skeleton, and she's more pried apart there in her chest floor as you study the front ends on these things. A good one to win the class. The one that comes in 2, this one is my favorite to look at from the side. This one's super, super extended there out of her front 1/3. I love the way she's designed there out of her hip and her hind leg and the top side of her skeleton. Compared to the one that wins, this one's just not quite as stout over the top side of her hip and right there over the top side of her shoulder. You get your hands on her, and there's not quite as dimension, not quite as dimension as the one that beats her compared, but still a nice one that goes in the second hole. Congratulations to you. The one that goes 3, this is a good practical kind of a doe, and this one's gonna make some good babies for you, and that's her job, and that's what she's gonna do. This one offers you a really cool look from the side. She just simply gets outpowered compared to the ones ahead of her. Like to reconstruct her and make her more correct there, right there out of her front 1/3. The one that rounds out the class. This one also is a good practical kind of a doe. This one's still got a good shape right there to her foot. She's got a cool look from the side. We need to reconstruct this one right there out of her hip, right there out of her hind leg, make her more extended and carry her neck higher to the top side of her shoulder to compete with the ones ahead of her. But still, a nice doe to round the class. Congratulations to you.
In our medium weight class 3, first, Garrett Moncroft. Second, Alexis Youngglass. Third, Kaylee Carpenter. And fourth, Kenley Smith. In our medium weight class 4, Tanner Hinkle, Hunter Townsend, Rayleigh Harris, Paisley Hinkle,
I'm going to go ahead and use the young man's red and white doe to win this particular class. And this one just offers the most complete looks from the side. She's the most correct right there over her loin. She's the most correct in terms of her hip and her hind leg and the angle to it, and that's why she wins this class. And then she's the most correct there in the way she's designed out of her front 1/3, and that's why she takes the lead and she runs with it, and she's still plenty powerful. She's plenty fresh to the handle. This one wins the class pretty handily for me. The one that comes in two, this one's ultra stout, ultra powerful. This one just runs into one that's really cool to look at from the side, and I prefer that one's angle to her hind leg and her hip over the 1 and 2, and that's why she goes second. We can reconstruct her and make her tie higher out of the top side of her shoulder. She'd push our class winner a little bit more. A good one to go in the second hole. The one that comes in 3, this one's really cool to look at from the side when he gets her parked. It's just in motion. This one wants to get shorter and rounder there out of her hip, wants to roll out of it when you ask her to lead away from you. But nonetheless, this one's really cool built from the side. A good doe to come in third. The one that rounds out the class just simply gets outpowered compared to the ones ahead of her. We need to make this one tie higher and neater out of the top side of her shoulder to get any higher in the class today. Congratulations.
Class 4 results. First, Tanner Hinkle. Second, Paisley Hinkle. Third, Hunter Townsend. Fourth, Rayleigh Harris. We have Class 5, Emma Red, Angelina Otna, Dalton Fry, Carmen Knotts, Olivia Lanke,
I'm going to go ahead and use this young lady's doe up here in front to win. And this one's just the most powerful out of the trio of this class. This one's the most complete when you look at her from the side. And this one just simply is the most correct in terms of the way she ties her neck out of her shoulder. She's the most correct in the angle to her shoulder, and she ties her neck the highest out of the top side of her shoulder, and she's the trimmest and the neatest there out of her front 1/3, and that's what has her win the class. And then you step in behind her, and there's more shape there, right there down there out of her rear quarter, and right there over the top side of her hip, and she goes ahead and wins the class pretty handily for me. The one that comes in 2, this one's really cool to look at from the side, and I love how complete this one is from the side, and that's what puts her in the second hole, and she has the advantage of being stronger there right behind her shoulder over the 1 and 3. She's still plenty stout and powerful to come in the second hole. This one's really cool to look at. Just doesn't quite have as much depth there, right there out of her rear quarter to beat the one ahead of her. The one that comes in 3, this is a really cool one to look at from the side, especially when she's parked up and she gets her looking pretty. This one, though, she's a little bit weaker there right behind her shoulder, not quite as correct in the way she handles her hip and hind leg in motion compared to the 2 ahead of her, and that's what puts her in the third hole. Still a nice doe to come in 3rd, plenty stout, plenty powerful. The one that comes next, this one has some cool parts and pieces to her. I love her from right there from her forerib back. I wish I could change her and correct her there in terms of the way that she utilizes her front leg and knee in motion, and that's why she ends up going in the 4th spot. She's a little bit frailer there in terms of her bone work compared to the ones ahead of her. Still a nice doe to come in 4th. The one that rounds out the class, this one's ultra complete, really, really smooth look from the side. With that, she gives up power and the stoutness and power compared to the ones ahead of her. She's a little bit narrow-chested, a little bit flatter there in terms of her muscle shape. Still a nice one round of the class. Congratulations.
Results in Class 5. First, Angelina Atina. Second, Carmen Knotts. Third, Olivia Lanke. Fourth, Emma Red. Fifth, Dalton Fry. Now bring our classes back in together for the champion. Or lightweight, medium weight, medium weight.
Here in your medium weights, I'm going to go ahead and use the young ladies out of the last class for your division champion.
In the medium weight WETHER DOE, Angelina Otina was champion. Reserve was Garrett Moncrief. Third was Tanner Hinkle. Fourth was Alexis Youngglass. And fifth was Carmen Knotts. We now have a class of heavyweights. Jay Strasser, Angelina Otina, Alexis Youngglass, and Mallory Lapp. AJ.
I'm going to go ahead and use this young man's doe out here in the front to win this class. And this one's just simply the most powerful and the most opened up there out of her chest floor. She handles the freshest with the most dimension over the top side of her skeleton. She's the stoutest in her hip, and she ties it all together from the side. And she's cleaner right there out of her front 1/3. A good one to win this class. The one that comes in two, this one in motion, I really like her when you ask her to lead because she is so correct there, right there in her structure and the way she gets out and goes. If we could change this one, she's not quite as neat there and ties as high on the top side of her shoulder compared to the one that wins, and there's not as much shape and dimension specifically there out of her rear quarter. That's why she goes in two. Still a good one to end up in the second hole. The one that goes third. This is another good one that's from the side that offers you a cool look. This one's just a little bit frailer there in terms of her bone work, a little bit flatter in terms of her muscle shape over the top side of her skeleton. Still a really good one to end up third. The one that rounds out the class, this one is just simply the flattest there in terms of her bone work. She's the flattest in terms of her muscle shape and the frailest featured doe of the class. Nonetheless, still, she offers you a good look from the side, and she does have a little bit of shape over the top side of her skeleton. A good one to round out the class. Congratulations.
Results of Class 6 on your heavyweight. First, AJ Otina. Second, Alexis Youngglass. Third, Jay Strasser. Fourth, Mallory Lack. In Class 7, heavyweight, Eliza DeGarmo, Olivia Lanke, Alexis Youngglass, Emily Evans, Harley Oswood. Once we complete the WETHER DAM classes and pick our overall, there will be a 30-minute break before we start the sheep show. 30-minute break between the shows.
I'm going to go ahead and use the young lady's red doe to win this class. And she's just the most complete and the most correct in terms of her structure. And she's the biggest footed and the biggest boned and one of the most opened up ones in her chest floor of this particular class. And she's the most correct in terms of the way she ties her neck out of the top side of her shoulder. She's extremely clean and correct right there. She handles the freshest right over the top side of her skeleton with the most shape and dimension. A good one to start the class, the most complete one. Excited to see her back. The one that comes in two, this is the powerhouse of the class, and I love that about her. She's the most opened up there in terms of her chest floor. Stoutest right there behind her, right over her hip. It's right behind her shoulder. This one's a little weaker and it's throwing off her proportion from the side. If we could straighten that one up, she'd win the class pretty easily for me. A good one to come in two. The one that comes in three, this one's the most correct, the most looking from the side. It's compared to the two ahead of her. She just gets outpowered. There's not quite as much shape there, specifically right over the top side of her shoulder. Not as quite apart there in her chest floor. But man, when she gets this one parked and set up from the side, I love that one. The one that rounds out the class. We just need to correct this one in terms of the structure right there over the top side of her shoulder and her loin. She wants to kind of rise up when you ask her to lead away from you. Wants to round out of her hip, and she's a little bit more packed in the shorter sided option of the four. Still a really good, powerful doe to round out the class. Congratulations.
Class 7 results. First, Harley Oswood. Second, Olivia Lanky. Third, Emily Evans. Fourth, Alexis Youngglass. Fifth, Eliza Garmo. Class 8, currently in the ring, Eli DeGarma, Gary Lawson, and Eli DeGarma with a second entry.
Go ahead and use this young lady's doe out here in the front to win this class. And this one's just simply has the most power out of the trio in this class. She's the most cracked open there and the widest in her chest floor, and she has the most shape and dimension right over the top side of her skeleton and into her hip. No, she's not correct right there out of her loin and the way she handles her hip in motion, but she's the stoutest option of the Congratulations to you. The one that comes in two, this one is really well put together from the side, and I love that about her. She just gets a little bit narrow-chested when you step in front of her, a little bit narrow there out of her, right there out of her top side of her hip, the top side of her skeleton, but one that offers you a really complete look from the side, a nice one to come in second. The one that comes in three, this one has some really cool parts and pieces to her. She's a higher performing, taller statured kind of a doe, and that's why she's not quite as farther along in terms of her condition, and so with that she lacks a little bit of power right there out of, when you step in behind her, right there out of her rear quarter over her top, but she is fresh when you get your hands on top of her, and she is cool to look at from the side. A young man does an awesome job of getting her put together. Congratulations to you.
In our Class 8 heavyweight, first, Eli DeGarmo. Second, Eli DeGarmo. And third, Garion Lawson. Now pick our heavyweight champ.
For your division champion, I'm going to go ahead and use the young ladies doe out of the middle class.
In our heavyweight Weather Doe, your champion was Harley Oswood. Reserve, A.J. Atina. Third, Olivia Lanke. Fourth, Emily Evans. And fifth, Alexis Youngblood.
We have our division champions out here in the WETHER DAM show, and three exceptional individuals are representative of their particular weight divisions. There's one that I've kind of levitated towards in this division, and it's close between the two for me. The champion for me is going to go ahead and be this young lady out of the middle class.
In our Weather Doe, your overall champion went to Angelina Atina. Overall reserve to Harley Oswood. Third, Garrett Moncrief. Fourth, Delilah Henderson. And fifth, A.J. Atina. We will start back at 1 p.m. with the sheep show. 1 p.m. we will start back.
right here in our senior showmanship grand drive, and there's only one class of these. I've got my top 5 lined up here in front of me at 6th all the way down through, I believe, 12th over here on the rail. I'm going to go ahead and shake your hand of your champion all the way down to your 5th place.
In your senior showmanship, your champion senior showman went to Emily Schellenberg. Reserve champion to Tanner Hinkle. Third, Emily Fropp. Fourth, Sammy Jo Heyman. Fifth, Emily Hammond. Class 2 and Intermediate, Morgan Fields, Lena C., Laney Chips, Elizabeth Johnson, Adeline Rumor, Bree Tenney, Katie Kaiser, Kaylee Carpenter, we would like to list our sponsors here to help support makes this show possible. In the Platinum category, we have Preston County Livestock Association, Prodigy Fiber to Home, Mountain Digital Hometown TV, Affordable Signs Unlimited, J&K Livestock, Titan Roofing, Nicholas Enterprises, LLC, Wagner Septic Services, Insurance Centers Incorporated, Grant County Mulch, Lubricin HA, White House Cattle, Patton Cattle, Stone Farms, Lowe's of Oakland, Grace Landscaping LLC. These are the Platinum sponsors. If you happen to have a chance to support them and help them, we would greatly appreciate that. Our gold sponsors are Ace Aggregates, GEC Incorporated, Paulus Seal Coating, Transova Genetics, Preston Contractors, Clear Mountain Bank, Stone Backflow Services, LEC Farm and Garden Market, Farm Credits of the Virginias, Anderson Excavating, Modern Homestead, Senator Randy Smith, Senator Jay Taylor, Steyer Tent Services, Preston County FFA Alumni, Lennox Workers 4-H Club, J.W. Wilhelm Ag Fencing, DC Farm, Charm Flower Farm, Peasley Family Farms, Foreman Livestock, and Dean Farms. In Class 2, returning should be Morgan Fields, Elizabeth Johnson, Adeline Rumer, Katie Kaiser, and Kaylee Carpenter. Moving into Class 3, Payson Varner, Emma Red, Delilah Henderson, Angeline Otna, Will Haslacker, Tay Hebner, Willa Evans, Paisley Hinkle. Continuing with our sponsorships that help make the show possible, our silver sponsors are Westmar Angus, Jennings Excavating, Wade Mayfield Memorial Fund, and we also have a group of Friends of Ike sponsors, Preston County Farm Bureau, Maloney and Associates PLLC, Phillips Livestock, Hopping Acres, Signs Family Farm. If you can help any of these individuals out, we really would greatly appreciate it. Now for the intermediate champion, we're looking at Morgan Fields, Elizabeth Johnson, Adeline Rumer, Katie Kaiser, Kaylee Carpenter, Delilah Henderson, Will Haslacker, Tia Havner, Willa Evans, and Paisley Hinkle.
Well, I've got my top five showmen lined up here in the middle, right in front of me for your champion, all the way down to your fifth. I've got these lined up against the rail from sixth all the way down up, and they also did a great job. Some really competitive heat. I'm going to go ahead and shake the hand of your champion all the way down to fifth.
In the intermediate showmanship, your champion was Will Heislacker. Your reserve was Paisley Hinkle. Third, Adeline Rumor. Fourth, Willa Evans. And fifth, Katie Kaiser. In junior class 4, we have Carter Briggs, Garion Lawson, Bristol Brown, Kylie Frankhauser, Kaylee Kaiser, Nevaeh Stout, Grace Beeman, Haley Roy, Harper Adams, Caitlin Kelly, Haley Gum, Lakin Hirschman, Allie Sanders.
Yeah. Second round, second heat. No, excuse me, first heat.
Currently in the ring, we have Paxton Miller, Aubrey Stemple, Colleen Eisentrout, Levi Cornett, Jace Q, Tori Hebner, Maylee Hayes, Olivia Kelly, Hunter Stout, Emma Moats, Jalen Rumor, Shaylin Feather, Jocelyn Stewart, In Class 6, we have Caitlin Tenney, Hunter Swanson, Callie Tennant, Gracie Hedrick, Kenzie Hasslacker, Kendall Roy, Candace Feather, Hannah Taylor, Abigail Klein, Jonathan Frankhauser, Heston Gump, Rayleigh Harris. We're now working on the junior showmanship champion drive. You should have Carter Briggs, Gary Lawson, Kaylee Kaiser, Haley Roy, Haley Gum, Paxton Miller, Jalen Rumer, Jocelyn Stewart, Hunter Swanson, Gracie Hedrick, Kinsey Haslacker, and Kendall Roy.
I've got my top 5 junior showmen lined up here in front of me. It was pretty easy for me to pick my champion. You know, they came in the ring and they looked like they wanted to win it, and it's all about first impression. But what they did differently is I love the way that they maneuver their sheep around the ring. They just make that thing flow and look just as about as best as it could be, and they know the speed that it needs to go, and they just float around the ring. With that being said, I'm going to go ahead and shake the hand of your champion down through your fifth.
In our junior showmanship drive, your champion was Paxton Miller. Reserve was Gary and Lawson. Third, Carter Briggs. Fourth, Haley Roy. And fifth, Callie Kaiser. We now begin with our Pee Wee showmanship. We should have Bowden Warnick, Oakley Willison, Axel Eisenhart, Sage Henderson, Easton Moats, Brooke Taylor, Benjamin Kelly, Kinsley Moats, Now we have Class 8, Aubrey Willison, Kenley Smith, Tuff Hebner, Grace Smith, Connor Klein, Harley Livengood, Tucker Six, Kenley Roy, Now returning for a drive, we should have coming in the ring, Baldwin Warnick, Oakley Willison, Sage Henderson, Brooke Taylor, Benjamin Kelly, Aubrey Willison, Kenley Smith, Tuff Hefner, Grace Smith, Tucker Six.
I tell you here.
have our Pee-wees out here for the champion drive, and these guys are really, really competitive for just being Pee-wees, and a lot of them could compete in the class with the juniors. So it's really cool to see these kids have drive and want to do this and be involved. I'm going to go ahead and shake the hand of your champion all the way down through fifth.
In our Pee Wee competition, your champion was Oakley Willison. Reserve was Sage Henderson. Third was Brooke Taylor. Fourth was Bowden Warnick. Fifth, Kinley Smith. We now have our lightweight looking at Hunter Swanson, Abigail Klein, Elizabeth Johnson, Elizabeth Payton, 2 entries, Jonathan Frankhauser, Tucker 6, Kylie Frankhauser, Maylee Hayes.
I'm gonna go ahead and use the young man's whether I hear the front to win this particular class. This one's just so much more powerful compared to the ones that stand on either side of him. And this one has so much shape and dimension to the top side of his skeleton. He's square and sharper there over his loin edge, and he's so much stouter and square when he's stepping behind him there across his dock. This one's an easy class one for me. The one that comes in two, young lady does a nice job presenting them, and she really shows off the front end of this particular doe here, and I love this particular ewe here, and I love this one from the side. This one's nice and level and square there out of her dock. You ask her to go, and she still handles herself correctly when you ask her to move on the lead. A nice one to come in two. The one that comes in three, this one's I was originally drawn to go into the second hole, and then you step in front of them, and this is just not quite as wide there in her chest floor, not quite as sharp there over her loin edge when you get your hands on her, and that's what sorts her down into the third hole. Another nice one. The one that comes next, this one's ultra cool to look at from the side. This one too also has plenty of shape and dimension to the top side of her skeleton. You get your hands on her and she still handles fresh. This one though just wants to taper to the ground when you ask her to go and you ask her to watch her lead away from you. I'd like to change that about here. The one that comes next, this one also has enough shape and enough power, and I love the depth that this one has when you look at it from the side. Just need to reconstruct the way that one handles her loin when in motion. Kind of wants to roach up there in her top line. Like to make her a little bit leveler there, right there out of her hip. The one that comes next, same thing goes for this one. This one's probably the stoutest compared to the ones off either ends of her skeleton. But we just need to relax that one in her top line. Another same thing goes for the two that round out the class. These two are very similar in terms of their type and kind. Both are a little bit flatter in terms of their muscle shape, a little bit flatter there in their forerib, a little bit narrower at the top side of their skeleton, but still two good-looking, practical kind of market animals to go ahead and round out the class. Congratulations.
Class 2, we have Caitlin Kelly, Kendall Roy, Laney Chips, Byron Morning, Heston Gum, Oakley Willison, Sammy Joe Heyman, Payson Varner,
go ahead and use the young ladies' weather out here in the front to win this class. This one's just so much neater and tighter and trimmer there out of his front 1/3. He's the freshest handling one of the trio. That's why he goes ahead and leads this class. There's still enough shape, enough dimension, and she gets him parked, and there's plenty of power behind this one. He's stout and square over his dog. A nice one to lead the class. The one that comes in 2, it was a little bit of a harder decision for me between 2 and 3. I went ahead and levitated towards this one just because there's simply more muscle expression there right out of his rear hock and down there into his rear quarter, and then you step in behind him, and this one has more genuine muscle shape and expression across his top. No, he's not quite as correct in his top line as the one that stands behind him, but this one's got more muscle shape and expression. That's what puts him in the second hole. The one that comes in 3 is this young man's, and this one offers you a really cool look from the side. Probably not as fresh in his condition compared to the 2 ahead of him. That's what puts him in the 3rd hole, but he is one of the stoutest, most prided part goats in the weathers in this class when you step in front of him, and that's what puts him in the 3rd hole. Congratulations to him. He's doing an awesome job showing this one. The one that comes next is another good one that offers you a good look from the side. This one, though, is just too flat there. All right, they're out of their rear quarter. Not quite as much shape and dimension to the top side of their skeleton. Still offers you a good look. I just got outpowered to the ones ahead of them today. The one that comes next, this one, too, is a little bit flatter there. Right there out of their rear quarter. Not quite as much shape right there on the top side of their loin edge. And that's what sorts that one down into that hole. This white one that comes next, this also is another good one. This is a cool looking one from the side, and she does a great job showing it. This one just doesn't quite have as much muscle shape and expression over the top side of the skeleton and down there into its rear quarter. The one that comes next, this one is opened up there in the top side of his dock. He has plenty of shape right there to the top side of his shoulder behind his blade. Compared to the ones ahead of him, he's a little bit more pinched there when you ask him to go away from you right there out of his loin. Another one that's a little bit coarser there in his shoulder, kind of wants to narrow up at the ground. And the one that rounds out the class, same thing goes for this one. As you watch this one come towards you, he wants to funnel to the surface, wants to narrow up at the ground in his front too, but still, one that's got big, shaggy wool on his legs, and he offers you a good look from the side. A nice one to round out the class. Congratulations.
We now have class 3 of our lightweight. Bailey Hayes, Kylie Tennant, Heston Gum, Haley Roy, Aubrey Willison, Jocelyn Stewart, Dalton Fry, Allie Sanders, Caitlin Kelly,
to go ahead and use the young lady's weather out here in front to win this class. And this one has the most muscle shape and muscle expression down there into his rear quarter. He's one of the biggest footed, stoutest featured ones of this class. And then you get your hands on him, and he's the freshest handling of the class, which is the cherry on top. For this one, you get in front of him, and he's still plenty stout. Plenty powerful, nice and neat and trim right there above his neck. You ask him to lead and you ask him to go in motion, and he still handles himself and holds himself together. A nice class winner there. The one that comes in 2, this is a nice practical kind of to sit in the second hole. This one's probably not as expressive in terms of her muscle shape, and that's what puts her in this second hole. But this one from the side is really nice to look at. She's nice and clean and neat and trim right there about her front 1/3. Still has plenty of muscle shape and expression to the top side. Not quite as much expression right there out of his rear quarter, which is why she goes second. The one that comes in 3, this one I got more drawn to. Got her parked and set up, and this one's really, really cool from the side to look at. Probably not quite as deep there, right there in the portion of her flank, and that's what puts her in the 3rd hole. But young lady does a nice job of showing off the front of this one. This one's got big, shaggy legs, and a really cool one to look at from the side. This one that comes in 4th, I originally had this one placed higher as this young man got her parked and set up. This one kind of wanted to roach up there in his loin, and that's what puts him in the 4th hole. But this one's stout. He's cracked open in his chest floor. I love the look he gives from the side. The one that comes next, this one too offers you a good look from the side. Has some muscle shape and expression over the top side of his skeleton. Doesn't quite carry her neck quite as high out of the top side of her shoulder compared to the ones ahead of him. Still a nice one to come in the class. The one that comes next, this one does have plenty of muscle shape and expression right there down her rear quarter into the top side of her skeleton. Probably wants to pinch a little there. Ask her to go and lead away from you, watch her track. Not quite as expressive right there behind the back side of her shoulder compared to some of the ones ahead of her. But this one's still a nice one to come in next. The black-hided one that comes in next, this one's really cool to look at from the side. This one's a little bit shallower there in terms of his center body, but I see a world of future in this one if you keep feeding this one and get that muscle expression and keep working him. This one's going to show a world of future. Congratulations to you. The one that comes next, this one too also offers you a cool look from the side. This one, though, is just not quite as level there out of his top line, not quite as square of his dock compared to the one ahead of him. Doesn't have that cool, cocky compared to the black-hided one ahead of him. But still, he has plenty of muscle shape and expression right on the top side of his skeleton. I appreciate that about him. The one that rounds out the class, this one has a cool look from the side, and I appreciate that about him. He just doesn't handle his loin quite as nicely when you ask him to lead away from you. A little bit coarser there in his shoulder, but still, a nice one to round out the class. Congratulations.
Now we have coming back in for our lightweight champions. We're looking for Elizabeth Johnson, Elizabeth Padden, Tucker Six, Bowden Warnick, Sammy Jo Heyman, Payson Varner, Callie Tennant, Haley Roy, Allie Sanders.
for your lightweight division champion. There's one I think is just the most complete out here and hard to pick a hole in. Some things you'd like to change, but still, there's a lot of good in this one. The most complete, and that's this young lady's right here out of the middle.
In our lightweight lamb class, your champion was Sammy Joe Heyman. Reserve, Tucker Six. Third, Callie Tennant. Fourth, Payson Bonner. Fifth, ALYS Sanders. Begin our medium weight with Abigail Klein, Chris Blosser, Angelina Atina, Oakley Willison, Jocelyn Stewart, Olivia Kelly, Tora Hebner, Haley Gunn.
Watching a sheep show. I want to say 4.
Is Angelina in the ring right now?
Yes.
Okay, it's 4.
Sorry.
Alright, first one.
the young ladies WETHER out here to win this class, and this one's just simply the most powerful. You get your hands on him, and of the pair, this one has the most shape and dimension to the top side of his skeleton. There's so much muscle there, and he's so square out of his dock, and then you get in front of him, and that's really where he wins the class. He's so much more opened up, so much more muscle, and he's more rugged there in terms of the front end of his skeleton, and that's why he wins the class for me. The one that comes in two, I was originally drawn to when he comes in the class because he is super attractive from the side, and he does have a cool look. It's just compared to the one ahead of him, there's not much meat, there's not as much muscle there over the top side of his skeleton when you get a handle on him, but this one's really, really cool to look at from the side. I love the front 1/3 and the way this one handles himself in motion. The one that comes next, this one is a good practical kind of a WETHER to come in third. This one does have some shape, and he has some mass and muscle over the top side of his skeleton compared to the ones ahead of him. He's not quite as square out of his dock, not quite as opened up there in his chest floor, and nonetheless, still a good one to come third. The one that comes next, this one is ultra powerful, and this one does have a lot of shape to the top side of his skeleton. When Langley had him up there on the profile, he was slightly stretched, so I was trying to get a good look at him, and because of that, he wanted to roach up in his loin just ever so slightly, but when he was in motion, I saw that, it was true. He does roach in his loin, not quite as level out of his top. The one that comes next, this one's extremely pulled apart and extremely wide there across his dock. With that being said, he wants to get bowed out there, and right there in his back 2 legs, wants to get outside of his skeleton when you ask him to lead away from you. The one that comes next is a good practical kind of a U. This one, though, just doesn't have as much shape there, right across the top side, right behind her shoulder, not quite as opened up there, and right there in her chest floor, a little bit coarser in terms of her shoulder. The one that comes next, this one offers you a really cool look from the side, a little bit narrower based compared to the ones ahead of her, and the one that rounds out the class. This one, in terms of her structure, is really good when she's in motion. Just doesn't quite keep her top down level like the ones ahead of her. A little bit flatter sided, kind of a narrow made type of a WETHER, but nonetheless, still a good one to round the class. Congratulations to you.
We now have coming in Class 5, Kendall Roy, Emily Schellenberg, Colleen Eisentraut, Oakley Willison, Chloe Mayo, Hunter Swanson, Grace Smith, Olivia Kelly, Aubrey Stempel,
young ladies, you up here in the front to win this class. And this one is so cool from the side, and I love that about her. But that's not what lets her win the class. She's super shapely at the top side of her skeleton, plenty of muscle, and that goes for the top pair of this class. Both of them have so much shape and dimension. This one, though, is just a little bit farther along in terms of the way she's growing, in terms of her pattern, and that's what gives her the advantage today. And then I love the way this one's put together in her front end. She's got big feet, big legs, nice and square out of her stalk. A really cool one to win the class. This one here in two, this one's really, really cool from the side, and I love how clean, I love the shape and dimension and how fresh this one is. He's probably just a little bit shallow there, right there out of the center portion's body compared to the one ahead of him. And that's not what puts him in two, though. This one's just not quite shapely right there over the top side of his dock compared to the one ahead of him. That was what puts him in two. But when you step in front of this one's super, super wide and stout and cracked open right there in his chest floor. Really, really cool. Whether you should be proud to have, and this one has a world of future in him. The one that comes in three, this one's the powerhouse of the class. This one's packed full of muscle and stoutness and power, and with that, he's probably not quite as level and flat right over his top line. You ask him to lead, and he wants to pinch right there out of his loin ever so slightly, but this one's stout, he's rugged, and he's powerful, and he's going to do good things for you in the future. Congratulations. The one that comes next, this one's really cool to look at from the side. At times he can get up there in his loin a little bit, but this one's really attractive and puts together a nice package from the side, and I appreciate that about him. Probably not as long-sided compared to the ones that come in front of him, but this young lady did an awesome job of getting this one shown, and when she gets him parked on the side, I love that about him. Probably doesn't carry his neck quite high up the top side of his shoulder compared to some of the ones ahead of him, but a really nice one to come in fourth. The blue-hided one that comes next, this one offers a really, really cool look from the side. When you get your hands on the top side of the skeleton, he's not quite as fresh handling compared to the ones ahead of him. That's what puts him in the fourth hole. But you keep working on that and getting muscle and shape and dimension on this one, and he's going to move up higher. The one that comes next, this one also doesn't have quite as much shape over the top side of the skeleton compared to the blue one that beats him. But still, this one has enough power right there out of his rear quarter. Would like to make him more pried apart of the top side of his shoulder. This one offers a good look that comes next. This one's ultra attractive from the side. A little bit coarser and narrower right there in terms of his front end of skeleton. It wants to narrow up and knee in at the ground when you study the front end on this one. The one that comes next, this one has a really cool look from the side, just a little bit flatter in terms of his muscle shape from the side compared to some of the ones ahead of him. But this one, you keep feeding him out and getting some more weight on him, he's going to do good things for you. The one that rounds out the class, this one's just a little bit frailer there in terms of his forearm, a little bit flatter in terms of the muscle shape on the top side of his skeleton. That's where I'd like to change him. But this one does offer you a cool look from the side, nice and level in his lines. I appreciate that about him. A good one to round out the class. Congratulations.
Now I have class 6 in your medium weights. Susan Hype, Payson Varner, Haley Gum, Paxton Miller, Levi Cornett, Jocelyn Stewart, Kaylee West, Laney Chips, Harper Adams, Emma Red.
I'm going to go ahead and use the young lady's weather to win this class. And of the pair, this one's a little bit fresher handling, a little bit tighter heighted when you get your on him. And then when she gets him parked, he really runs uphill, and I love that about him. He's long and he's extended. He's got plenty of muscle shape and power. Probably a little bit more muscle expression right there out of his rear quarter compared to the 1 and 2. I really love how wide and cracked open this one is over his chest for a nice one to win the class. The one that's super complete from the side is the young man's in 2, and I love that about him. Of the pair, this one doesn't handle with as much dimension over the top side of his skeleton when you get your hands on both of them, but this one's still stout. He's still square over his dock, and he gives you a really cool look from the side. I appreciate that about him. The one that comes next, this one's ultra powerful, has a lot of shape and expression right there across her dock. Wish we could fix her right there over her loin whenever she gets her parked and stands still. It gets a little better when she goes ahead in motion, and young lady does a nice job of trying to go ahead and hide that. But we can't change the fact that, I can see it right here, and she wants to pinch and roach up there a little bit, her loin. But this one, whenever she gets her parked, she's really attractive, a really cool fronted one with lots of power. Congratulations to you. The one that comes next, this one is a good practical kind of a market weather, and I love this one from the side. This one's really round and robust in terms of his muscle shape. Wish we could fix him right there over his loin. He wants to rise up there a little bit, but I love the way this one's front end is constructed. This one ties his neck so high on the top side of his shoulder. That's a really good one to come in fourth. The one that comes next also offers you a really good look from the side. This one's really up-headed and runs uphill. This one has plenty of power and punch right there in his rear quarter. A little bit shallower compared to the ones ahead of him. A little bit frailer right there out of his forearm when you study him from the front. The one that comes next, this one also offers a really good look from the side. This one is more powerful in terms of his forearm. Probably not quite as much there on the top side of his skeleton compared to the one ahead of him, but still a nice one to come next. The one that comes next is ultra powerful. We just need to reconstruct this one's top line, need to bring it down, especially when he's in motion. He wants to roach in his loin ever so slightly. If we could reconstruct that on him, he'd move up higher in the class. The one that comes next, this one also has plenty of power right there behind him. Wants to narrow up at the ground in his front whenever you watch him track towards you. I'd like to change that about him, but still, he has a good look from the side. Congratulations to you. The one that comes next, this one also offers you a really cool look. He's complete from the side, just a little bit frailer there, a little bit flatter right there out of his rear muscle shape out of his rear quarter, and that's where I'd like to amp him up so that way he can place a little higher in the future. The one that rounds out the class, this is the highest performing, tallest statured one of the class, and with that, she's also the greenest, and this one just needs time on feed, just a little bit shallower in terms of her center body. I like to deepen her up there to move up any higher. Congratulations to you.
We're now going to go for the champion in the medium weight. We're looking for Angelina Atina, Chris Blosser, Emily Schellenberg, Hunter Swanson, Paxton Miller, and Jocelyn Stewart.
We get out here in the weights, and there's one that just offers you a really cool look from the side. You handle them, and there's plenty of stoutness, really fresh, and lots of shape over the top side of their skeleton, their loin edge, square across their dock. That's going to be this young lady's out of the middle.
In your medium weight, your champion went to Emily Schellenberg, and your reserve champion went to Hunter Swanson. You now have your heavyweights in the ring. Looking at Haley Roy, Bristol Brown, Kaylee West, Emily Hammer, Colleen Eisentrout, Kendall Roy, Hunter Swanson, Emily Schellenberg.
ahead the blue-hided ewe to win this class, and this one's just really, really good from the side. And this is the flattest back, most dimensional ewe in this class, and that's where she takes the lead and she runs with it. And then when this young lady gets her parked side, it's lights out there. This one's so up-headed and she runs uphill. She's big-footed, she's sound, and she's good-looking from the side. That's a really good class winner there. The one that comes in 2, this one also has so much stoutness and dimension to the top side of a skeleton, and you go ahead and handle her, and there's so much shape and dimension compared to the one in front. This one just doesn't quite handle herself and put it quite as complete as the one ahead of her, but this one's also really, really good to come in the second hole. I love how trim and neat this one is. Also about her front 1/3, a really good one to come in 2. The one that comes in 3rd, this weather is really, really cool to look at from the side. Probably a little bit rounder there and shorter out of his hip, and that's what puts him in the 3rd hole. But this one's really, really good. They're out of his shoulder, really nice and flat about his back, and he's easily the boldest and biggest in the center portion of his body, and I love that about him. Still stout, still dimensional, probably just the shorter hipped option of the 3, and that's why he goes in the 3rd hole. But this one's really, really another one that's cool to look at. The one that comes next, this one just ran into 3 powerhouses in front of him, and that's why he gets put in the 4th spot. This one's a little bit narrow in terms of his forearm compared to the ones ahead of him. That's why he ends up going there. The one that comes next, this one's stout and powerful and handles plenty fresh to the touch and has some shape and dimension. A little bit flatter there in terms of his forearm, and then wants to get tapered to the top side of his skeleton a little bit. As you watch him go away from you, that's what puts him down lower. The one that comes next, this one is a little bit flatter there in terms of the muscle shape of his rear end, his rear portion of his skeleton. A little bit coarser there at the point of his shoulder, and wants to taper to the ground at the front end of his skeleton, and that's what puts him next. The one that comes next, this one offers you a really cool look from the side. A young lady does a great job showing him just a little bit tighter there, right out of his loin, where he goes out into his dock. A little bit narrower and pinched on the top side of his skeleton. Not quite as powerful, the ones ahead of him. The one that rounds out the class, this is also a nice tall ewe that runs uphill, tall statured, a little bit shallower, a little bit frailer featured and frailer boned of the ones that come ahead of him, but still a nice ewe to round out the class. Congratulations to you.
We now have coming in Class 8, Levi Cornett, Jace Koo, Chris Blosser, Lakin Hirschman, Kayla Carpenter, Carter Briggs, Hunter Swanson, Caitlin Tenney, Hunter Swanson,
young ladies, WETHER out here in the front to win this class. And this one is easily the most dimensional over the top side of the skeleton when you get a handle on him. And he's super, super stout and powerful right there across the top side of his dock when you step behind. You get your hands on him, he's sharper over his loin edge, and he's fresher to the handle compared to the one behind him, and that's what wins the class for him. He's super, super stout there right there out of his shoulder. You can see the muscle expression of it standing here while he's parked to the side. And then he's neat and trim and extended there on the top side of his skeleton, a really nice dimensional one to win the class. The one that comes in two, this is the longest bodied one of the class, and I appreciate that about him. He's super long and square and level there out of his top line. I really love the length there out of his hip right there, and he's square across the top side of his dock. You get in front of him, and there's no doubt he's still plenty powerful. This one gives you a really, really good look from the side as well. I love this one. Also, that comes in two. A nice job. The young man showing him you're doing a great job. The one that comes in next, this one runs really uphill, and I love that about him. He's nice, he's level, and he's square there across his top line. Nice and square and stout there out of his dock. It's when you get your hands on him compared to the two in front of him. He's just not quite as dimensional there right there over the top side of his skeleton. Not quite as wide and stout and square of the top side of his dock. Nonetheless, another one that's really cool to look at from the side. Congratulations to you. A wonderful job. The white one that comes in next, this one's interesting because this one also runs really uphill. This one offers you a really, really good look from the side. Probably just a little bit tighter there in the center body compared to the ones ahead of him. Not quite as cool of a look right there out of the front 1/3 compared to the ones ahead of him. But still, nonetheless, a really cool, complete WETHER that comes in fourth. Congratulations. The one that comes next, this one also offers you a really cool look from the side. Probably wants to rise up there in his loin, in the loin ever so slightly, but this one's a big, shaggy, stout, hairy one that comes next. Congratulations to you. The one that comes next, young lady did a good job showing this one off. This one just wants to. He's not quite as level and complete when you set him in motion right there out of his loin edge and right there at the top side of his dock. But when she gets him parked, he offers you a good look from the side. Congratulations to you. You're doing an awfully nice job showing this sheep. The one that comes next, this is the big, shaggy, legged one, and I was drawn to this one initially, but the more we study him, the more I'd like to change him right there at the top side of his skeleton. He's not quite as bold there in his forearm compared to some of the ones ahead of him, but still, this is a tall-statured, good sheep that's going to only go up from here in the future for you. Congratulations to you. The one that comes next, this one just got outpowered compared to the ones in front of him. It's flatter in terms of her forearm, narrower at the top side of her skeleton. Still, that has plenty of power when you study them on the back side of their skeleton. The one that rounds out the class, this one offers you a good look from the side. Young man's doing a great job showing this one. This one wants to roach up in his loin ever so slightly on the profile. I like to change that about him, give him more shape and dimension and fresher when you handle him on the top side of his skeleton. Still, another good one to round out the class. Congratulations.
We now have Class 9. We have 2 entries, Autumn Custer, Bree Tenney.
go ahead and keep them the way they stand and use this young lady's you out here in the front to win this class. This one's just a little bit fresher when you get your hands on them, and this one ties her neck higher out of the top side of her shoulder, and that's why she goes over the 1 and 2. She's also a little bit tighter there, right there out of her forerib, and it's giving her a fresher appearance out here compared to the one behind her. She's still plenty stout and powerful and dimensional when you get your hands on her, and then you step on either side of her. There's plenty of stoutness on both ends of her skeleton. The one that comes in 2, this one also has plenty of shape and dimension and power, and you step in behind them, and there's still plenty of muscle expression down there, down his rear quarter. I wish we could change him in the way he utilizes his hind-legged motion. He wants to get a little upright in terms of his pastern, a little bit straighter there out of his hock, but still, this is a big, stout, dimensional Weather. Congratulations to you.
We now go into our heavyweight championship. We should be looking for Hunter Swanson, Emily Schellenberg, Chris Blosser, Lakin Hirschman, Bree Tenney, Autumn Custer.
We're out here in the division drive, and there's one that kind of just sorts to my mind pretty easily, and that's the young ladies' blue one out of the first class.
Your heavyweight, your champion went to Hunter Swanson. Reserve champion went to Emily Schellenberg. Third to Lakin Hirschman. Fourth to Haley Roy. And fifth to Chris Blosser. In your overall, you should have it coming back in Sammy Jo Heyman, Tucker 6, Emily Schellenberg, Hunter Swanson, and Emily Schellenberg.
right here in our market final drive, and there's three really, really good individuals all representing their specific weight divisions. I'm going to go ahead and shake the hand of the one I like the best.
We'll now move into our Weather Dam Show. We have Class 1, Elizabeth Johnson, Susan Heights.
I'm going to go ahead and leave them the way they stand and use the young ladies, one right here and standing in the first spot to win this particular class. And this one just has more to her today. This one has more right there over the backside of her rear skeleton. She's neater and trimmer there out of her front 1/3. I appreciate that about her. The one that comes in two, this one's just green and it still has some upside potential today. She just simply got outpowered compared to the one ahead of her. Nonetheless, still, you're doing a nice job, young lady. Congratulations to you.
Now we have Class 2 and at Weather Dam. We're looking for Oakley Willison, Jocelyn Stewart, Susan Heights, Heston Gum, Aubrey Willison, Paxton Miller.
Go ahead and use the young man's blue wooled ewe to win this class. And this one just carries herself so much more comfortably when in motion. and she's extremely attractive from the side. And then you get it on top of her, and this one's just a notch squarer in terms of her dock, a little bit stouter over there on the top side of her skeleton, and I appreciate that about her. The one that comes in two, this one, a powerhouse of the class, and I really love that about her. She's got so much muscle shape and expression down there on the back side of her rear quarter, carries her neck still long and nice and extended there out of her front 1/3. I appreciate that about her. She doesn't hold herself quite as comfortably in motion or correct compared to the one ahead of her, and that's why she goes in two, but still an extremely nice individual to come second. Congratulations to you. The one that comes third, this one I'd like to change. They're right on the top side of her skeleton. She wants to get up in her top line ever so slightly, but of the one that comes behind her, this one, it just has a little bit more muscle shape and expression right there at the top side of her skeleton, a little bit more pride apart in her chest floor. The one that comes next, this one offers you a good look from the side, probably doesn't carry your neck quite as high out of the top side of her shoulder compared to the one ahead of her, but still a nice individual to come next. The one that comes next, standing over here on the rail, this one too is also a nice just a little bit flatter there in terms of her forearm, not as shapely in the top side of her skeleton, still a nice individual. The one that rounds out the class, this one has plenty of muscle shape there out of her rear quarter, just not quite as shapely on the top side of her skeleton. That's why she ends up going in the last hole. Nonetheless, still a good one around of the class. Congratulations.
In Class 3 now, coming into the ring, we're looking for Emily Hammer, ALYS Sanders, Emily Schellenberg, Kenley Smith, Susan Hypes, Emily Hammer, Bree Tenney,
And use this young lady here in the front to win this class, and there's a really good pair here on top, and this one just has a notch more shape right across the top side of her dock, a little bit more shape over there across the top side of her rack, and that's why she ends up going in the first hole. She's really cool to look at from the side. I love how complete she is. Still neat and trim, carries her neck high on the top side of her shoulder. A really good one to win the class. The one that comes in two, this one's really good in motion, and I love that about her. She's super attractive and carries her neck nice and high on the top side of her shoulder, and young lady's doing an amazing job of getting this one stuck. And when she does, she gives you a nice picture. I love the silhouette of this one. It's just when you get behind her, there's not quite as much there right over the top side of her dock compared to the one ahead of her. That's why she goes in the 2-hole. But man, that's a good one to go second in a class like this. Congratulations to you. The one next, this one offers you a good look from the side. And of the pair, this one just handles himself correctly. Handles himself a little bit more correctly right there out of his shoulder, and that's why he ends up going. The one behind him still has plenty of shape and muscle, just got outpowered compared to the two ahead of him. The one that comes next, this one offers you a really good look from the side, and she's doing a great job of getting that one's neck shown just about everything you can out of it, and I appreciate that about one. This one's neat and trim right there out of the jaw and right there out of her neck, and I appreciate that about her. Just got a little bit flatter in terms of her forearm compared to some of the ones ahead of her, and nevertheless, still a good one to come in next. The one that comes in next, this one also is opened up there at the top side of her skeleton, has some muscle shape down there on her rear quarter, just a little bit flatter and coarser there right there out of her shoulder compared to the ones ahead of them. That's why she ends up going in that spot. The one that comes next, the same thing goes for this one. This one also has a lot of shape and dimension to the top side of her skeleton. She handles pretty fresh to the touch when you get your hands on her. This one, though, wants to taper to the ground right there out of the front end of her skeleton, and that's why she ends up going next. The one that rounds out the class, this one, too, is also super dimensional, the top side of her skeleton. She's doing a great job of getting this one shown. This one, though, we just need more punch of power right there in the back end of her skeleton to move up any higher today. Congratulations.
Class 4 now coming in the ring. We look for Grace Smith, Kenzie Heislacker, Susan Height, 2 entries, Haley Gum, Paxton Miller.
go ahead and use the young ladies here to win this particular class. And this one's just simply the most powerful. This is the powerhouse of the class, and that's why she's going to go ahead and win. No, she's not the most correct right there in terms of her loin, but when you get on the top side of her, she's just so much more dimensional, and there's so much more shape to the top side of her skeleton. That's why she goes ahead and wins this class. And then you put a front end like that on her, and she goes ahead and wins the class pretty handily for me. Congratulations to you. The one that comes in two, this is a long side body kind of a U, and I appreciate that about her. I love the way she's constructed right there out of her front 1/3. Probably not just perfect in terms of the way she's constructed right there on the back side of her shoulder, but still a nice one to come into. Plenty of stoutness and power. A young lady's doing a good job showing the one that comes in the third hole, and this one just goes in the third hole. There's not a lack of stoutness and power in this one. We just need to reconstruct her in terms of the way she ties her neck higher and ties her neck out of the top side of her shoulder for her to move up today. The one that comes in next, this one's ultra cool to look at from the side. It's just you step in front of them, and of the class, this one's the narrow base one of the top trio, and that's why she ends up going in the fourth hole. The one that comes next, this one has just a notch more shape and dimension and power compared to the one that goes behind her, and that's why she goes ahead of that one. We still need to stouten this one up in terms of terms of muscle at the top side of her skeleton, give her some more shape to go higher. The one that rounds out the class, this one offers you a good look from the side. I appreciate that about her. This one's just the frailest made, flattest side one. That's a little bit flatter in terms of her forearm. I'd like to stouten her up and to place her any higher today. Congratulations.
We now have Class 5, Lakin Hirschman, Paisley Hinkle, Sage Hendrickson, Chris Blosser, Emily Schellenberg, Hunter Swanson,
Go ahead and use the young lady in the black suit to win this class, and this one was a really cool look from the side, and there's a good top pair in this class, but this one just has a little bit more on the top side of her skeleton, a little bit more shape right there across her dock. She's a little bit fresher to the touch when you get your hands on her, and that's what goes ahead and puts her in the lead, and she's just as good and extended there out of her front 1/3. A really good one to go ahead and lead the class off. The one that comes into the blue blue wool one. This one offers you a really cool look from the side. I love this one in motion compared to the one ahead of her. There's not as much shape and muscle expression there right across the top side of her dock and down to her rear quarter compared to the one that wins. But this is still a really, really good one to come in the second hole. The one that comes third, this one's probably not the most opened up, not the most stoutest one compared to the two ahead of them. But still, this one gives you a good look from the side. Still gives you a good look from the side. Shape and dimension that this one has to the top side of her skeleton. I'd like to construct her there in terms of the way she goes into her from her loin to her dock, but still another good one to end up third. The one that comes next, this one is stout, this one is powerful, and this one's long-sided from the side. This one's just a little bit flatter there in terms of her forearm compared to the ones ahead of her. That's what puts her in the next hole. The one that comes next, this one is stout and shapely and powerful. Need to reconstruct him in terms of the way he handles himself. She handles herself from her loin back there into her dock to get higher today. The one that rounds out the class, this one's just a little bit flatter there in terms of her muscle shape, a little bit flatter there in terms of her forearm, and that's what puts her last to round out this class. But she still gives you a good look from the side. You're doing a great job of getting this one shown. Congratulations.
We now have Class 6 entering the ring. Tanner Hinkle, Grace Beeman, Hunter Swanson.
I'm gonna go ahead and use the black spotted up wool one to win this class, and there's a few you kind of remember when they come in for showmanship, and this was one of them. This one's just really, really, really good, and I love the one's put together. Love the way this one's put together from the side, but she's even better whenever she goes in motion, and that's where she really takes the lead and wins from it. And I didn't really have to do a second look at her to know that this is a good one. This one deserves to win this class, and I'm excited to see this one come back for the grand drive. Young man, you're doing an awesome job showing this one. Congratulations to you. This one and two, this is also a really good one. You just ran into a powerhouse and a unique one that runs in front of you. But this one runs uphill, and I love that about her. This one's super trim and neat there about her front 1/3. Still has plenty of stoutness and dimension and power. Just doesn't have the unique pieces and look of the one ahead of her. Congratulations to you. The one that rounds out the class ran into two powerhouses in front of her, and that's where she ends up going in the third hole. This one's not quite as correct in terms of the way she's constructed there out of her hip and hind leg compared to the two ahead of her, but still one that has enough shape and dimension and power out there of her rear quarter. Still plenty cracked open there out of her chest for. Congratulations to you.
We now have Class 7, Autumn Custer, Susan Hypes.
I'm I'm going to leave them the way they stand. I'm going to go ahead and use the young ladies out here in front to win this particular class. And this one's just fresher in terms of her condition, fresher over the top side of her skeleton. And then you get in front of her. She's just a notch wider right there out of her chest floor as she goes ahead and wins this class pretty handily for me. The one that comes in two is long and level in her lines, especially across her top line out of her dock. And I appreciate her for that. She's long there out of her hip, and she still has some shape and dimension when you get your hands on top of her, just not quite as fresh in terms of her condition compared to the one ahead of her. Nonetheless, still a good one to come in second.
Okay, now we'll begin for our overall champion in the Weather Dam. We're looking for Elizabeth Johnson, Paxton Miller, Emily Schellenberg, Haley Gum, Emmy Schellenberg, Tanner Hinkle, and Autumn Custer.
Is that 7? She will bring seconds in or not?
Now we need Susan Hypes, Jocelyn Stewart, Kenley Smith, Paxton Miller, Hunter Swanson, and Susan Hypes.
Oh, well, this is the last vision of the day, and I'm not going to sit here and give a super long speech because we're all tired and I have a flight to catch all the way back to Florida. But I appreciate you guys having me out here in your state, and it's a beautiful state, and some of you guys, I heard you complain about weather, but this is much nicer than Florida. I can promise you that. The humidity tops it from being out here in West Virginia. But you guys have a beautiful state. Thank you for welcoming me. Thank you for the staff for putting this show together. And thank you to the exhibitors for bringing such high quality animals, because every single animal that walked through this ring was good. And some of these can go to these big major shows, and if they haven't already, they can compete at the top level. These are some top-notch animals, and these are really, really good showmen too. And there's one thing I can leave you with, and I've preached this at other shows. It's that consistency is the key to everything in life. It doesn't matter if it's in the show ring. It doesn't matter if it's in a relationship or school or your business. You have to be consistent in everything you do, because if you one day you don't feel like working that animal's hair, you don't feel like going and working that animal or putting them on the treadmill, somebody else is going to do it. And that's the only way you're going to make it to the top, is by being consistent in every single thing you do. So I'm going to go ahead and leave you guys with that. I'm going to go ahead and shake the hand of your champion all the way down to your top 5. Congratulations. Every single one of you guys are very deserving of standing out here in this arena. Congratulations. I'm going to find you a champion.
Into the championship for the Weather Dam, your champion went to Tanner Hinkle. Your reserve went to Emily Schellenberg. Third to Kinley Smith. Fourth to Emily Schellenberg. And fifth to Hunter Swanson.